Okay, hello everyone. Uh, how are you doing with the sound? Oh, very good. So the sound is good on Twitch. Anyone on YouTube want to tell me how the sound is doing? Oh, great. Thank you, Rory. So, today, just a little explanation to start with. There's 8 games going on in this particular tournament today. So I might want to switch about in the games. So if you're in doubt who the players are, you can look up to the upper right part of the screen above the chat, and you will see pictures of the players. And that will always be the players playing on the board. So it'll be the right pictures. And if you can understand Chinese or Japanese characters, you will see their names in the center there. So also I'll be catching up with the names on the left just below my image. So in the video of myself, below that there should be the names of the players playing. If you're wondering who is black and who is white, I did leave the little black and white ghost stones, a part of them in the names there. So you should be able to see a little black mark on the left of Shinjinso and a white mark on the left. Now let's see. This is Li Qinchen. Li Qinchen. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Yes. So a lot of China versus Korea games, but I will also be paying some special attention to Sada Atsushi, he's a relatively young Japanese player. He's in his 20s, and he's fresh from winning a AlphaGo tournament. So he was the best pair in Japan. He won the whole tournament with his pair Okuda Aya. And the day after that, he played Miyu Ting in the first round of this tournament. So he's on a bit of a roll there, and it'll be interesting to see how far he gets. So I'll be paying some attention. I'll be paying some attention to his game also. The YouTube chat seems a bit cut off. So yeah, let's fix that. How's that? How's that, Leonardo? Okay. So let's go back to the beginning of this game. The opening is pretty perfect. This is one of the games. Of course, it's Shinjinso, so that makes it worth looking at. And they play a perfect opening. It's just that these players have studied with computer programs, and they have a very good idea of what they want to do. I think the level of research in the openings is much better than it used to be. And of course, Shinjinso has a very good understanding. Not only has he memorized a lot, I'm sure, but he has a very good understanding of what a computer program would want to do in a certain position. So he's very constant in getting the correct moves, you might say. And of course, the computer programs are very strong. So this is a position where white has played a kind of a interesting variant of the Chinese opening. And it's a position where white could have played a corner enclosure. It would have been perfectly okay for white to do something like, let's see, something like this. This is probably what I would think of. Or maybe a high enclosure. Or maybe the 2-space, I suppose. White had choices like this. But in the game, white chose to play a kind of a Chinese opening variant. So if white plays diagonally next to the star point in the center of the side, this move, then it is what we would call the Chinese opening style, and just locally, of course. And when he plays one line closer to the corner, it's similar in that area to what we were calling the mini Chinese or the miniature Chinese. In either case, what black usually does is black plays an attachment here. And so this is a move that was originally played by AlphaGo, I believe. Okay, someone is asking, who is Sada Atsushi playing against? And Sada Atsushi is playing against, he's playing against Tang Weixing, so he has a tough, well, everyone's tough in this tournament, but he does have a tough opponent. Usually black plays here, and if white plays a Hane, black's gonna try to get a shape like this, where black is playing on the more wide lower side. So since the lower side, there's more room for black to develop on it. Black usually turns it around like this. Or if white extends, black will be playing something like this, or something like this, just to reduce the corner. Not so sure about 9, but it's usually that shape. So he did something different. So this is Shinjin So. You would assume he knows what he's doing. So he invades here. So with this exchange, he has settled the corner territory, made a big territory there, and he has taken away the base from this white group on the outside. So it makes sense that he would want to invade next. And white is just trying to reduce that area. He's not actually giving up the stones. So up to this point, actually I would feel okay with black, because black does have a connected shape and white's group is sort of cut off. But white does have a fairly good position towards the lower left. So it's probably pretty close to even, or something like. A shape move would be to play here, but white instead attached in the corner. So this is a very active move. White played here. And when white does that, I might as well talk about this Joseki a bit. I actually made some videos that are close to that. But if black plays Hane on the outside, so against this move, black has, against an attachment in general, black will have a choice of a Hane on one side or the other, or an extension on one side or the other. It's kind of a general rule that when your opponent plays an attachment against your stone like this, it's a direct fight there, so you want to choose one of these 4 moves. So in fact, all of these 4 moves have been played in this local position in strong players games. So they're all feasible moves. But when black plays on that outside, first of all, you have to be aware of the fact that there's a ladder involved when white plays here. And if black can capture the ladder, in this case, it doesn't look very hopeful. All white stones in that direction. In fact, there's no way the ladder can get through these 2 white stones on the left side. So white's going to be able to escape, and it's usually not so good for black. So that's the outside Hane. Black would probably continue with something like this, and it gets really I actually did a video about this, which is pretty pertinent. But white's idea will be, in some cases, just to sacrifice. Well, I say sacrifice, white is going to make a bit of a fight out of it, I guess. But in some cases, white can sacrifice. Or things like this can happen. Actually, this is probably just not going to be good for black. So I was talking about it in a slightly different board position. And if black plays a Hane on the inside, if black plays a Hane on the inside, well, usually white has a reinforcing stone. But if white cuts here, it still depends on the ladder. Again, if black plays here and the ladder works, then it's going to be good for black. If the ladder doesn't work, black's going to play, let's see here. Maybe something like this. Right, it's going to be a big... White has some potential here to just sacrifice those 2 stones. So maybe something like this, and then cutting here would work. So there's some issues with the Hane too, I suppose. It's just the fact that the ladder favors white so much. It's not a situation most people know. There's so many variations that can be played. I'd say that extending in this direction is probably the most unlikely and the most rare in strong players games. So I wouldn't advise this one very much. But this one was the game move. Let's just go into the game variation. This was the game move, and I would suggest that this is something that is probably pretty good. This is something that you can use in your games if you want to keep it relatively simple. So white jumped out and black got to connect up. So if you're looking to get into this variation, usually that's what's going to happen when black goes straight down like that. So that was a relatively peaceful sequence. Uh-huh. So I'm caught up with this game. Okay. So this is Shinju. So has black. Yeah. If you look at its name in the upper right, you might see a little black dot on the left of it. So that's how it works if you can read the Chinese characters, that is. But yes, just because I'm planning on showing more than one game, I just omitted the colors since I didn't know them yet. So sorry about that, but I will be talking about it, yes, for sure. So Shinjinso has black in this game, and Li Qingchen has white. And so black is cut here. Looks like they're going to have a big fight in this area. So for white, the biggest concern is this group that white has on the left. So white will probably want to be focusing on the left side of this fight. So for instance, pulling back or playing Atari. Let's see. Okay, pulling back. And white can probably afford for black to be breaking through here. So if black breaks through like this, white can just keep on extending and will win the fight in the center in this case. So, and black has to go back here, so white will have time to defend these stones with something like this. So that should be very good for white, actually. This would be too good, and black probably doesn't want to try to break through there. So I'd say the game is probably close to even. Black does have a lot of territory. Black has about 15 points in the upper right and about 15 points in the lower right. And I'd say the upper left area for black is something like 20 points. So black has about 50 points. And white will probably get the right side, something like 20 points there. But we don't know about the left side yet. So black definitely does have an advantage in territory, while white seems to have some potential to dominate in the center of the board. So that's how it's working out here. Okay, let's see. So black, I think black has a choice here. Black can continue with this fight in the center. Probably moving with this stone would be moves like, for instance, this, just to continue the fight in the center, or extending out here would be a good shape move. So something like this is conceivable. Or black could be looking for an opportunity. This would be an opportunity for black to look at the whole board position. And just because there's no weak black groups, and for the time being, this stone at M6, black hasn't really invested a tempo in it yet. So this is a point of the game where if black starts fighting with this stone in the center of the fight, then it's going to be hard to stop. But this is a point where black can still stop fighting in the center and, for instance, move towards the left side. Would be another option. Okay, almost exactly what Gabriel was asking about. Yeah, so is it better? I don't know. It's hard to say. But for instance, let's to give you an example of what could happen in the lower left corner again, probably be this move again. And let's see, if white plays here and black plays here, there's a ladder involved. And the ladder favors black, interestingly. That cut there is being a ladder break, so a ladder breaking move, so it works. I mean, in this case, since the ladder is black capturing white, I guess you might call it a ladder making move. Right, Leonardo. The idea that the stone here at M6 only has 2 liberties, and so it's important to save it. It's urgent as far as that stone is concerned. But you also look at the related groups and how weak they are. And the question is, will black be able to make a one-sided attack against the white group on the left? Because white doesn't have any other weak groups, and black doesn't have any weak groups on the board except for this one cutting stone at M6. So, so it's a choice. So once black, for instance, starts moving out with a move like this, for instance, and let's say white does something like this. Once this is started, the focus is on this fight in the center of the board because black has invested a move there, and if black now dies, it's going to be a big deal. So this would heat up the center of the board. But at the point where black has just cut once and made an exchange with white pulling back, this is a point where black can afford to play some other part of the board. So I would actually seriously suggest that black can play here because the left side is the most undecided area. It's an area where if black plays first, black can reduce that and keep a lead in territory. Whereas if white continues building that, there's a lot of space for that white territory to spread out to the lower part of the board, the lower left quarter of the board, that is. And since that cut in the upper left, upper right was played, it was played as an exchange for this white move. So it's not as if white has gained a tempo or even anything really big locally if white manages to capture the stone. So like an extreme example of that would be something like this. And it's very clear that the lower left corner is much bigger than anything that white got in the center of the board. So this would be, of course, a huge success for black. And it sort of supports the idea that black has an opportunity here to play away. And if black is going to start a fight in the center, black will not, it will be much more difficult for black to have an opportunity to do something like this in the lower left at any later point in the game. Okay, I should talk about the time too. In the upper right, you see the time of the players. But in this server, which is mirroring the games, I believe. They started with 3 hours, which I think is incorrect because on the home page I saw that they have 2.5 hours each, actually. So you might have to subtract 30 minutes from the time that is showing there to get an estimate of how much time they have. And also these clocks that we're seeing in the upper right are the server's clocks for the moves being input on this server. So they don't exactly match what the players have. So there might be a slight difference there. And they have second reading, let's see, I think it's five times a minute, I believe. Yes, I believe it's 5 times a minute. And of course, it's the Chunlan Cup, so it's a Chinese tournament, and they have the Chinese rules, and 7.5 points. Okay, I'd like to browse around with a different game, so allow me to change the board here. And let's see. Let's do Xinminjing first. So this is Ding Hao with black and Xinminjing with white. So let's take a look at the opening. Okay, this is very common way for people to be playing their games now. It seems that if you jump into the 3-point, you're okay as far as computer programs are concerned. And it's very common when both players have played a lot of star points like this. I better change the names. Let's see. Okay, SBW0302 is in Twitch is asking, are most top Go tournaments elimination brackets, or they're also Swiss tournaments or round robins? So for amateur games or tournaments in Europe or America, there's a lot of Swiss tournaments. So there's a tendency to have a lot of players playing on a short schedule, like playing on the whole tournament in one day or something. And so they use in amateur tournaments in Japan also. They use a lot of the Swiss system. So that's one thing. Most pro tournaments are knockouts. In these invitation tournaments, they do have a limited number of players. So they like to do it in the elimination tournament system. There are a number of Japanese tournaments. There are 3 Japanese tournaments, which are the 3 biggest prize money tournaments: the Kisei and the Meijin and the Hoinbo, which are elimination throughout most of the tournament. And when they've got it down to something like 8 to 10 players, depending on which tournament I'm talking about, then they start around. Actually, the Kisei has more than 10 players now. I think it has 2 round-robin leagues with 6 players each, if I remember correctly. So they have a limited number of players, and they have a round-robin. Or in the case of the Kisei tournament, it's 2 round-robins. Oh, actually, they changed the Kisei tournament again. Yeah, but yeah, there was a period of time when they were doing it that way. They still have multiple round-robin type leagues. There's the Kisei tournament system is a bit complicated, so I won't get into that right now. So we do have round robins. Not very much of Swiss tournaments in Japan. Or in most of Asia, actually. The associations don't seem to like them very much. Right. Hikaru no Go. You mean the anime, right? Most of those are constructed games, so they're not actually. Some of them are real games. There's actually a scene from a game that. Oh no, that was not. I think there might be some real professional games in them, but mostly they're made up. Okay, so black is cut there. Let's just back off. I haven't done very much commenting on this game, have I? Okay, so here, black plays a pincer and white takes the upper right corner. This move that white plays in the upper right corner, we saw it in Shinjinso's game also. So it's a really important move, which gets rid of, for instance, these other moves that black can do. Like if black plays something like this, then black has this joseki here. And it sort of depends on this ladder. If the ladder is good for black, sometimes it's okay. It depends on the direction black wants to develop also. Or black can do it differently with a double hane. So if black does a double hane with this move, again, it's going to sort of depend on the ladder here. So if the ladder is good for black, this is generally a good variation for black. In this case, the ladder favors white. So maybe it's not working. So if the ladder favors white, it's a bit more difficult to handle that stone, the cutting stone at 5. So this stops that, getting a good territory, which I would say is close to 15 points in the upper right, and it's taking away the eyes from black's wall. So usually black, like I would have a tendency to want to answer that by playing some kind of a local move just to reinforce this black group. But people don't do that. Top pros don't seem to like to do that. And so it's all to do with the score the computer gives you, of course. So it looks like it's a fairly even opening with black controlling the lower right area. And a lot is going to depend on how or when white invades that later in the game. And white invaded here. I'd say another invasion point would be, for instance, something like this. Just erasing the lower side. You don't actually see computer programs suggesting going into the corner very much. So like white does have moves like this, which would potentially live in the corner. So if black plays here, white does have some potential to make a living shape there. But when the outside is still in the middle of the fight, sometimes you don't see computer programs suggesting this move very much for white. So this is a bit unusual too. And black just allowed it. I think this is okay for black. And now black is starting to attack in the lower left. This whole thing is a joseki sequence. And white is alive on the right here. So in this variation, both sides have fairly solid positions. So black has a territory now in the lower right corner, and it's going to be difficult for white to invade the lower side in general because black has such a solid position. So black would be thinking of adding, for instance, a stone somewhere around here, and white would have a lot of difficulty coming in after that. Okay, so when white plays here, I'm not sure what white was going to do next. But white could, I mean, if black answers it. But white could be thinking of playing something. This would not really be forcing, but maybe here, or maybe something underneath. I don't think I would be thinking of going any deeper than that with white because it would be very, in this board position when black's so strong on the right, it's probably dangerous. And the fact that white's weak on the left side too. So black ignored it, and that's something black can do because this black group already has a good position towards the left side. The white moyo on the top is big too, yes. It's very big, but it's not going to make into territory very easily. Okay, so black is cut here. And so obviously if white plays an Atari from above, black can play a cut on the second line. So that's the threat here. And this would be just bad for white. So white probably plays underneath, and black will extend. So this is the fight that we can expect. So let's see. White has more than 10 points on the right side, more than 10 points on the top. I mean the upper right. And the rest is hard to say. Black has something like 15 points just in the lower right corner, and then a few points on the left. So the territory, it's pretty close, and it just depends on what happens to these open areas on the top and the bottom sides. I'd say the game is pretty much fairly close. We have to remember it's a 7.5 point Komi Chinese rules. So I would think that gives white a bit of a lead in the beginning of the game. Okay, let's see. What game shall I do next? I want to show you Sada Matsushi's game. Yeah, it looks like I could show his game. So let's see. Just allow me to find it. Okay, here we are. So this is Sada Atsushi with black. And it's Tang Wei-Jing he's playing against. So that's a world champion class player. He's been in the finals of some world championships. So let's see if I can find the name. That looks right. And so Tang Wei-Jing has white and Sada Atsushi has black. So let's take a look at the moves. Yeah, he's the player of the day. He's the with top Japanese players like Iyama and Ichiriki, among others, they were playing. But Sada Atsushi is the one who beat Miyu Ting to remain in the tournament. So that was pretty impressive. And just because he's a player affiliated with Kansai Keen instead of the Nihon Keen, a lot of people are maybe not so familiar with him. But he is one of the top players of the Kansai Keen. Okay, this is a kind of a standard opening that was probably first played um, by AlphaGo. Ah, yes. Just let's stop there. Um, when you have a 3-4 point, even computers, they do tend to like to play an approach towards the 3-4 point, even above the 3-3 invasion. So this is a point where I wouldn't be surprised if the so-called correct move, and like it's such a subtle difference, it doesn't really matter at this point. But the correct move would probably be some kind of an approach against this cornerstone, instead of invading the 3-3 point. But a 3-3 point invasion, like it's a move you can play fairly safely. It's actually a very good move against the start point. It's surprisingly successful, and I think people like myself who are kind of old timers and we have a more traditional idea of how you're supposed to play the opening. Even players of my age are realizing how effective it is against the 4-4 point. But it's basically taking away the corner territory, so it's grabbing territory, but it's also important that it's taking away a base from that black stone. So it's giving white options to come into the right side in this case with aggressive ideas. So it's leaving some potential to attack. So white starts with this attachment. We can talk about the attachment here for a bit. This is a position where it's sort of like that two-space, the star point attachment against the two-space Shimari corner enclosure, which I was showing you was that Shin Minjun's game. Yes. So in this case, when black has the large knights move instead of a 2-space corner enclosure, black still has 4 choices. So like when your opponent plays an attachment against your stone, it's a good idea to play a hane on the right or a hane on the left. One of these 2 hanes, or extend in one or the other directions. And so these are all moves that can be played and have been played in top players' games, strong players' games. Leonardo, I don't think people would call it rude. No, they would just think you were crazy. Okay, so yes. So another move that would be very commonly played, a move I would think of playing would be the hane on the left here. This is a more aggressive move, and if white pulls back here, white does have a bit of a heavy shape. So in order to move out, white will be pushing on one side or the other, and in either case, this would be strengthening black towards the right, and this would be giving black territory on the 4th line, even if black just extends. This stone on the 2nd line, it's still connected up to the corner whenever black wants to. It's just the whole thing here is very easy for black. Never mind that 9. I'm not so sure about black 9, but still. So playing at 2 is a bit heavy. Playing it here, also it's bad shape for white, with black playing a hane on top of 2 stones. That's a very successful, good shape for black. And so white's only choice really is to play here. And if black plays on the outside, white will be able to live in the corner, or in some cases white can sacrifice and get some stones on the outside. So something like this would be giving white a good position towards the lower side of the board. This is a variation I see a lot with the computer analysis. Of course, it would be simple enough to live in the corner if white wanted to, with something like this and something like this would be another way white could live in the corner. Black usually cuts here, in which case white has a lot of stones in danger. White's going to sacrifice the stone at 2 in the 3-3 point, and is probably going to sacrifice the stone at 6, but does want to save these 2 stones with the marked stone and white 4. So white starts with this and escapes in this direction. Plays here, and this is where it gets really complicated and branches out a bit. In general, it's something like this, where white can play a double hane at 16, and if the latter works for white, this is probably pretty good. This is actually a good direction for white to be developing. So this would be the joseki there. It was 20 moves. I realize that's a lot of moves to show in a variation, but it's a pretty much forced sequence, I would say. It's a very commonly played joseki variant. A couple of years ago, a year or so ago, you were seeing a lot of it in these international tournaments. Maybe a bit less common now. So in the game, black plays a hane underneath. In this case, white plays here. And this is, again, it's the most popular joseki. It's one that I've played a lot. And when white cuts here, white is asking, how is black going to capture that stone? So this is a kind of a sacrifice. And if black captures from this side, white gets to cover on the 2nd line. So that would be a free forcing move, which improves white's side on the lower side. So that's what makes it very successful. To be able to play 2 would be a big gain for white. So usually black avoids that by curling around once and then playing here. So this would be a kind of a joseki variant where if we just look at the lower side, a common move would be to play here, although white might play here or play away to take the right side. Something on the right side is a big move also. Let's see. So in the game, when black plays here, let's do it with that. Yeah. The most common local move would be this one, in which case sometimes white can extend here and have some potential to be squeezing, for instance, with something like this. So there's a kind of a squeeze there, when black is captured from the other side with this marked stone, it gives white the opportunity to extend at 5 later and sort of squeeze from the other side. So that makes moves like 1 and 3 more forceful. The fact that basically white has this extension whenever white wants to, it means that black has to follow white's lead and allow white to play these forcing moves, which would make it easier for white to develop on the lower side. Of course, in this game, the left side is pretty important too. So like if we look at something like this, I mean the right side of the board, it's getting to be a very big area for black. And it's something that might be a bit worrying for white. So that would explain white's move in the game. White stopped the joseki at this point and played here. So that's a really interesting move, which was not expected. And as I was saying, like a big move here, if we look at the upper right corner, this is a really big move, which settles white's shape and takes away black's eyes. In this game, black might answer it here, or could be playing something like this or this to develop towards the center. I see a lot of moves like this where black is sort of inviting white into the side and is going to dominate the center of the board while attacking. Or something like that. Sometimes it's sort of hard to explain what the computer is trying to do, even though I think I understand to a degree. So white invades the right side, and black plays here. So that's what I was talking about when I said that it would have also been a very important and big move for white to add a stone to the corner, get rid of the stuff that black is about to do. So black plays a hane here. This sets up a double hane or a cut on the second line. So this is one of the variations, and this would be the other one. If black cuts here and white takes it, then black gets to play the tari here. And if white played there, black would probably connect somewhere. I don't know, maybe here. It's one of these two. Or if white plays here, it's this trade. And even if white extends here, this one it's going to be, it's not going to be easy for white to win this fight. It's a huge fight that's going to happen in this area, and black has opportunities to win in this fight. So it's going to get complicated, and I won't be served myself. So I'll leave it here. Just the general idea that this race to capture is not going to be so easy for white. In the game, black played a double hane. So this is relatively easy to understand joseki because it's immediately clear that white cannot do this. That's what black has set up with the hane on the second line. Black can capture the 3 stones. So white's move is limited. If white played here, then this would be bad for white because black has another forcing move here. So white pretty much has to cut on the second line. So let's go back to the game. So white has to cut on the second line here. White did play a cut on the 4th line first. And it depends on the ladder. So if black can capture in a ladder here, the local situation is working very well for black. And white played a ladder breaking move. So let's see. If black plays anything safe, like for instance like this, then white would be able to escape the ladder. So this would escape the ladder, or if black plays here, that white's going to escape the ladder in this case also. So usually black would just capture the 1 stone. So people used to play it like this. Nowadays you see them playing something towards the center of the board. It doesn't really matter. It does matter, but any of these moves sort of on this diagonal will work for black. So something, in this case, maybe something like this would be a way to make the ladder work. But instead he plays the strongest local move. For the time being, it's still a ladder, just as long as black has filled a liberty here. Okay. So how is this working? Looks exciting. Yeah, so white set up a position where now the ladder is not working anymore. Yeah. So this stone at F11, F10 is breaking the ladder. But white's given up a lot on the right side, on the left side, that is. So white's given up a lot of points there. And now it's going to be a fight on the top. So let's see how that fight turns out. So black extends. Black could not capture in a ladder anymore. Let's just do the ladder. It's easy to do it on a computer. Oh, sorry. It is easy if you get into the right mode. Yeah. So that's how the ladder bumps into that white stone there at F10. So black had to extend. So the tactic worked. But white is giving up a lot of territory on the left side of the board and giving black a strong position there. And white has lousy shape there. So the exchange on the left was locally really bad. And the only justification is that it did set up this escape from the ladder. Okay, so it looks reasonably good for black. Probably a close game. I don't know. They're going to fight in the center of the board now. I'm catched up with the game. Yes? Okay, I think I'm starting to think of changing. We haven't seen KJ's game yet. So maybe we should change to KJ's game. See if I can find it. Just allow me to switch back here. They seem to be taking some time now. So, okay, there was American player, was it Ryan Lee? He lost the first round. And there's a European player. There was a European player. Yes, the American was Ryan Lee, and the European was Ilya Shiksin, who was a pro in Korea. He was a pro in Korea, I believe. Or was it just Europe? Anyway, he has a professional rank. And he lost in the first round also. So the Americans and Europeans are wiped out. Okay. Oh, yes. I was going to... Oh, there was a North American. Yeah, that was Ryan Lee. Okay. Let's take a look at KJ's game. Okay, so this is KJ with white and Kim Myung-jung. I hope that's close to his name. Kim Myung-jung. Kim Myung-hoon. I believe that's how it's supposed to be. Yes. Kim has black anyway. So he has the black stones and KJ has the white stones. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, so that's what our RAB was talking about. Yeah, maybe he's just a pro in Europe, but he's a tough player. But unfortunately, he lost in the first round. Okay, let's take a look at the opening. Okay, so this pattern on the top there has become fairly common, where white sort of combines this joseki in the upper right with the approach move in the upper left. So they're combining to make kind of a nice area there for white, and it's about even. I'm also noticing that people don't bother with the corner enclosures as much as they used to. So it's not unusual to see just about every corner being approached like this. Okay, let's stop there. When white cuts here, this used to be by far the most common joseki, and I think the reason that it seems to be dying out is that white is getting into this variation almost always when the ladder favors white. So what white is going to try to do is white plays like this, and black needs to defend the corner, and if white can capture in a ladder here. So white can capture in a ladder, and probably good for white. So I like this for white when the ladder works. There's some potential towards the left side of the board, so that's working. And so maybe that's why this variation has become relatively rarer than it used to be at least. So it's become more common for black to be playing here, and sometimes capturing, sometimes not. But yeah, so that's what he was doing here. And black is going to peep at e14 at some point. Yeah, so he seems to be trying to have hopes of attacking that white wall, which doesn't really seem reasonable. But the peep is going to be really, the peep I'm talking about is this one. It can be very annoying because it's white doesn't really want to connect, but if black cuts there, it gets really difficult to, and sometimes black can continue with moves like this and sort of put pressure on the whole wall. Okay, so that's a strong move. Trying to cut white off. So black is sort of focusing on this white group on the right there. Okay, and white cut. Okay. So everything is weak here. But for the time being, these black 3 stones in the center, they cannot be captured. So if white plays, this would be the geta shape. But for the time being, it's not working because of this cut here. So white has no way to capture those 3 stones on the right, provided black has a strong shape on the left there. So if white were to play, for instance, something like this, then white would be threatening these 3 stones. So probably would be good for white if white can capture the 3 stones here. And we would probably see black playing something like this instead. So if black can escape, though, then the upper side is really bad for white locally. So probably not a good idea for white. Oh, but that's where he played. Okay, sorry about that. So this is the game. Okay, so black is playing a cut there. So this is a Tetsuji where black can cut here and play the next move either on the 3rd line at I3. Let's just make a variation. So if white plays on this side, black can play here. And black seems to have a fairly good shape here. In some cases, like if we have something like this, if black curls around here, black is threatening to cut white off with moves like this. In actual play, black would probably continue in the center, actually. It looks like black should be able to handle this group on the top. If white connects, black might play here or here, one of those two. And black should be able to handle that group on the top. On the other hand, if white plays down here, then black can break through here. Yeah. This should be, even if we end up with something like this, this is probably going to be okay for black. Black's going to get a good position on the left there. So that's the idea with the cut here. And so white has to choose whether to play on the top or the bottom. So I showed this move, which is probably just bad for white. And I showed this move, which is not looking so good either. The other choice would be to play an Atari against this cutting black stone, maybe something like this. So this would reduce the value of white's stone on the fifth line, making it relatively good for white to be playing moves like this and allowing black to capture it. So this is, if any of you were watching my Ponnuki video, I talked about a Ponnuki being worth 30 points and how it's not so good when you have a stone cluttering it up with like the black stone at 2, which would reduce the value of black's Ponnuki. Oh, Go Baduk Weichi, thank you very much. Thank you for the present. Some coffee. But of course, there is a question of what if black plays here now, and black can break out into the center. So with the exchange of 1 for 2, that makes white's stones on this side a bit weaker, and black can always break through here. So in this case, black's not going to go after the 1 stone. Otherwise, white could be trying something like this, in which case, let's see. In which case, if black goes after this stone, white can capture these guys. So this would capture the 4 black stones on the right. Or if black plays here, white can play strongly like this. This looks good for white. So I guess playing an Atari at 1, and if black plays an Atari on this side, this is a pretty good shape for white in the upper left. So white could probably continue with something like this. And in a pinch, white can do something like this to save the stones on the right. So this looks like a feasible variation for white. Gu Jihao died everywhere. Maybe we should look at that later. I believe this is the game. Well, he's not dead everywhere. He's just scrolling around on the first line, that's all. Okay, let's get back to the game. Okay, so white's thinking about that. So I'd say if white can capture the 1 stone like this. So if white can capture this stone like this, with a real Ponnuki that is, this looks playable for white, maybe good for white. But if white ends up with a kind of a flawed shape like this on the top side, where black is still threatening to do stuff like this, and it would be getting really messy there, this would be a disaster. This would be bad for white, usually. And so I think the fight starts with white playing here, and trying to put pressure on this black group on the top. So I'm not really sure how this would turn out, but it looks like it's sort of working for white in this variation. So it's either this one or black is going to allow white to do that and play this way. But as I was saying, like in this variation, black can probably play a lot of forcing moves here and eventually surround white, but white will be able to probably handle that weak group somehow, maybe with this move. So that's my guess for how this turns out. Let's see, what game shall I go on next? Let's see, Shinjin So. We saw Shinjin So. Kim Ji-sok. We have Kim Ji-sok and Yang Ding-shin. Let's try that one. Okay, so this is okay. They're still at this position. I'd say that white is probably going to spend some time here. He already is, but it's a good point for white to be thinking about it. And just to repeat my comment about the time, I believe they started with 2.5 hours each, but the clocks on this server were set at 3 hours, so that's kind of a bit of confusion for me. And I believe that you probably have to just subtract about 30 minutes from the times that are showing. So maybe they have about 1.5 hours each at this point. Okay. Yes. Everyone hit the like button. Thank you. Thank you, Ikichin. And it makes a difference. Surprisingly, it makes a real difference. Although I still haven't figured that out. Okay, wait, white played down here. Not the move that I expected. Okay, so we can stay with this game just a little bit longer. I'm pretty sure black is going to... Black still has a choice here, but I would be happy to play this way and sacrifice. Let's see, how does black sacrifice? Maybe just down here. And white will still have to add stones there. So black's going to capture, or black could jump. It's one of these two. And black's going to get the upper left corner. Black stones on the outside, those 4 stones, they're not going to be completely wasted. So I'd say this is good enough for black. But if black wants to be really obstinate, he can play this way. This would be an exciting fight too, in which white can play here. The ladder favors black, so black can start with something like this. This ladder favors black. And it looks like it's another huge fight with which I don't really know what's going to happen. I just don't know. I wouldn't be confident with black to play this way. But it's something that could be interesting. If black can find a good... I would just play the Atari though. Like, I know that if white extends here, it's just this bad aji here probably makes it good for black. So I would expect this variation where white sacrifices and black is getting... I think black's getting enough profit back in the upper left. Okay, what was I about to do? I was going to do Kim Ji-sok. He was also one of the top players. Maybe not so close to the top nowadays, but I'd say he still has... He's sort of in the running for being the winner of the tournament in a way, although he hasn't done so well for a while now. So let's see if I can find his game. No, that's his game in the first round. Sorry about that. That was the game where he beat Iyama. Okay, so this is his game today. And he's playing against Yan Dingxi. So Yan Dingxi has black and Kim Ji-sok has white. Okay, one note I might make is that when black plays a 3-4 point here, there's a number of players um, who like to play a diagonal opening like this or like this. So for instance, Yama is one of the players who likes to do that with 3-4 points. And then he's going to be invading the 3-3 points fairly early, maybe playing a Shimari corner enclosure first. So there's a number of players who like this opening, and it would be a reason for, I'm noticing everyone today is playing this point for white, avoiding that diagonal opening, making it a parallel, what we call a parallel opening, when both players have two stones in a row, you might say, on the same, on one on each side of the board. So this is again, it's a very common opening. And black plays here. Now this is a really interesting move that we didn't play before. So for instance, a move that we would be playing quite often in a position like this would be this one, where black is playing in the corner and is hoping to connect up with this stone on the side. So this would be a success for black. Black is looking at this one, and white would probably have to find a way to avoid that. So white would, sometimes you would see white playing a hane, sometimes you would see white just playing here and attacking this stone. Or white could try this one. So this is the kind of variation I was seeing a lot before we had computers, but they play this move. So if white plays here, this is probably not so good for white with the cut on the fifth line here. So that's the problem that white has there, and too many cutting points. If white plays here, there's the peep here. This is just working a bit better for black, I suppose. So in the game, white didn't do that. White played here, yeah. So in this case, although it's a large knight's move, at some point black can play this exchange, and this is going to be a connected shape with the stone on the side. So it's a way for black to be getting one line further into the corner, and eventually black will be able to play this peep to connect up the stone. So he's leaving that for the time being. In some cases, he might be wanting to peep from the other side. So he hasn't played it yet, but eventually, basically it's not worthwhile for white to be playing here immediately. So at some point, black will be able to play this move and save that stone with Sente. And white's corner group, it's not 100% alive yet, so white has to be careful about that. So white played away. Oh yes, I thought Pino was asking, could white have kicked before playing the pincer? The move for white actually is the same point. This is the way for white to protect the corner if white wants to. And the reasoning behind that is that if black jumps into the 3-3 point, this is the best place to have a white stone to kill the black corner and to win any potential race to capture. So like even if black surrounds white here, having a stone at 1 at 018 is the perfect point where white has to play to kill that black group in the corner. And it means that white's winning by a number of moves. So white doesn't have to do anything to win this. It's not even supposed to be called a race to capture, because a race to capture is usually, in professional games, you usually call it a race to capture when there's only a one move difference. So when when white is winning by a large number of moves, like in this case, it's not even a race to capture. So the comparison is a move like this, which I see a lot of in handicap games. And when this thing happens, white will be able to kill the black corner also. But you can see how that white move at 1 is so clearly in the wrong place. It's filling white's own liberty, taking away white's own potential even an eye. It's even taking away a potential eye from white, and it's not doing anything to kill the black group in the corner. That's why playing at 1 is sometimes a kind of a problematic move. So it's better to if you're going to defend the corner, to play here. And so the question was about the kick here. Kicking here is generally a bad move, just because it leaves so many weak points in the corner. It's going to be hard for white to protect the corner, even if black doesn't do anything about it. White probably has to play something like this just to avoid being almost killed, you might say. Like, because if black plays here, this is a position where it seems clear that it's black who is attacking, and white's going to have to try to find a way to scrape out a life with something like this, for instance. And so it's a bit painful. So when you kick there, not only is white strengthening the black stone on the outside, it's not really defending the corner. It's not succeeding in that. So the first kick, this is a move that people didn't like before, but we found out that this one works just because white still has room to move out to the side. And so if you wanted to defend the corner, it would work really well in combination with this move. So this is this shape is almost a perfect shape for white in regards to the lower right corner, which is worth remembering. But when white has not played that, white has to live with the idea that the corner is not 100% alive. It's not going to be much territory, but white is playing large points quickly and is confident enough that it's going to survive. So it's just a different way of playing. But that was a really good question, I thought. That was something that it was worth talking about. Okay, the shoulder hit. That's very common. We see a lot of that. Actually, it's interesting. White didn't play the attachment. So the approach move there, it's sort of old style, I would say, where people usually play an attachment against the shimari. This is just so more popular for people to do this. But of course, you have to know a lot of variations. I don't really advise this for people, but if you do look into the playlist for AI josekis, I did make two videos about this. I made one for black playing here, and I made one for black playing here. So I did make some videos about this joseki. I would say it's probably one of the more challenging joseki variants, and so maybe if you're confident that you can understand it, you can try watching those videos. Oh, I should update the names. Thank you. Thank you, Henry. So let's see. This is Kim Ji-sok and Yang Ding-shin. So let's see. I can find. I think I have it here. Yeah, that's better. Yang Ding-shin and Kim Ji-sok. But he didn't do that. So extending here, it's a. I'd call it an old style move. Otherwise, white could have played something towards the left side. Just playing an approach move here, like before we had AIs, it would be the most natural move. But I'm getting so used to seeing people play the attachment. So it looks a bit unusual to me now. And of course, black's shoulder hit, that's a very popular move. Well, Hanamaru Alice it's a good question, but it's really hard to answer that one. When pros play white and they have the handicap, which I assume means the komi, what are their priorities? So the old style was that if you had a komi, like people, it goes in stages because hundreds of years ago, they did not have komi and white was playing very actively, trying to start a fight and stuff like that because there was no komi and black was going to win by a few points. So white would be playing very actively. Then they started having a very small komi. They started with something like 2.5 points and then 4.5 points. And it got gradually bigger. And throughout this process, everyone was thinking that now all white had to do was play passively and make the game a close game. And they thought that even when it was just 4.5 points. But in these games with 7.5 points, that would still be a way some people think about it. But it's not the way I see the top players playing. They still play very actively, and they're just playing variations that they have researched with computers. So you can see both players playing very actively, and it's just the way it's the style that people tend to have nowadays. And computer programs in general, I'm talking about the neural networks, the modern computer programs which are superhuman as far as Go is concerned. They're especially good at invading the opponent's areas. So like when you have these big moyos like black has on the right side, and maybe it is spreading out into the center of the board, the AIs tend to just leave it for a while, and then they're very skillful in invading. So if you're not confident in that kind of a fight, if you're not confident in invading your opponent's area of influence, then sometimes it's difficult to go with the computer variations. So that's also something that you see a lot with modern games where they're playing that computer-like style. Yes. R4. R14. Leonardo. R14 is a prophylactic to hold on to the corner. The corner is okay as it stands. It's not as if it's going to die immediately. So yeah, white's probably doing better not playing R14 yet. Okay, here in the corner, black would usually be answering that white kick with either this one or this one. Sort of interesting to see black playing here now. If white answers that like this, then black will have moves like this, which would usually live in the corner. So like this would, let's see, how would black do it? This would be alive. I guess black could do it like this. It doesn't look like white can kill that. So in the game white played here, maybe black is thinking he can get away with not playing this move here. So usually black would play here, but the kick and this move would be a good exchange for white, obviously. So he's trying to get away with not playing that maybe. Oh, he played it anyway. Okay. Okay, so black is splitting the white area on the upper side, the top here, and cutting off this group that white has on the left. So that's an attempt to attack here. And white is taking the territory first. So like if white had left that, black would still have, if white had left that, black would still have an attack here. Where this would be generally the shape move for black to play. And if white plays an attachment underneath, black can cut here and go after those white stones on the outside. So if we have something like this happen, black's going to win this race to capture. So locally, black's just a move ahead. Sorry. Black is a move ahead, whatever white does. So that's the idea here on the top. And if white plays moves like this, it is kind of it's an awkward position. So it's an awkward shape for white. So black does have some potential to invade it too. which would be taking away some white territory and starting a fight here. So that's what, with the white move, playing here, white is, by strengthening this group, it does reinforce white's group on the left by creating a strong group next to it in the process of getting some territory. So that's how that is working. And white should be able to handle that group. So if black were to chase it from this side, let's see, something like this, then white would be able to jump out in the other direction. So that's what white was doing with that stone at J4. I4. And so black didn't go after it immediately. In some cases, black's going to be able to play, for instance, let's see, where did white play? Yeah. So black sort of seems to be thinking of doing something like this to cut the white stones off from this side, and then something like this to be able to capture those white stones on the left side. So black is sort of thinking of a potential attack on the white group on the left here. When black played, black was thinking of it when black played this move. But white, you might say white ignored it. The right side of the board is pretty important also at this time. Okay. Looks like I'm caught up. So I can't say who's ahead at this point. So white has about 20 points on the top and probably about 20 points in the lower left. So white has about 40 points of territory. Black has a bit more than 10 points in the upper left and a bit less than 10 points on the left side. So black has about 20 points of territory. So white's ahead 20 points against black's position on the right side of the board, which is a pretty good position. So I'd say it's about even, an undecided game. Okay. Yes. So black did have a weak group on the lower side here. So that's what with this move, black is trying to settle this group. So for instance, if white plays a hane on top, I would expect black to play a hane underneath and do something like this to get a solid shape here. Or maybe black could leave it. Black could maybe omit the final move at 8, but it is a solid move to play here. If white plays a hane underneath, this is either a hane here or maybe a cut here. So maybe black would play a cut here, sort of hoping for, this would be too good to be true, but this is the kind of shape that black is hoping to get. And again, black can omit this final move maybe. If black plays away and white cuts here, black can always squeeze like this, which would be good shape anyway. So sometimes black can avoid playing this final move. Oh, 15. Okay. Um, what do the pros see that they do not? So this move that black has played, it does have something to do. It can potentially set up O15. However, oh, sorry. That was not what I wanted to do. Um, however, if black plays here immediately, even if white just plays a double peep here, it's not. This is going to be a lot of territory that white gets. It depends on the center if white can play here. This would, of course, be better. But maybe black's going to cut here and attack like this. So that's why I was not so sure about the wedge here. And you might notice that black is sort of wishing that he had a stone at J17. So, so it does have to do with that, but the double peep there is not quite working yet. So that's another thing with which this attachment here has to do with. So if we have white playing something like this, then this actually could be played. It's a big difference. So after this, black can cover here even, and has that stone in the center, which is going to help black out. It looks like this is okay for black. Maybe something like this. Peeping here, it's not such an absurd idea. It's not. You don't have to be. You don't have to feel defensive about this move. I don't think. It's okay to play it. But the game move, it is an idea. It's setting it up for later. So locally, it is a forcing move. Like if white was going to do something like this, it would be a huge benefit for black towards the lower side. So black has a potential gain here. And usually white would want to, oh, but he didn't. Wow. So that came unexpectedly. So obviously white could not have played a passive move here, because that would be giving black too much. So white is playing a super active move while white still has a potentially local advantage. And it turns out the ladder actually favors white. So one ladder that I would look at would be this one. But the ladder favors white. So this one, although there's a black stone there, it's not going to help. It's a ladder anyway. So that wasn't good for black. If black plays here, it's going to be something like this. And black is being pushed down onto the second line. And so I think the idea here is to attack black before black gets that double peep. So like if black plays here, it's going to be too late to do anything like that because black just pushes through on this side. Or if black plays like this, again, it becomes too late for white to be attacking here. So white's doing it while that connection is not severed yet. So it's sort of interesting to see how all of the moves being played, they do have to do with this move that Leonardo was suggesting. It's this peep here, which is sort of the focus of these moves they're playing in the lower right part of the board. And so I showed black playing underneath with white doing a double hane. There's also playing on top. Maybe something like this. I'm not sure how this would turn out, but if white gets a position on the right side like this, then this is an example of how by doing that earlier, now white doesn't have to save the one stone. So white would just sacrifice that one stone. And it wouldn't be so big anymore because white's already scooped out the right side. So white, this would be okay for white. Okay, so this is a solid move. And now if white, let's see, if white does something like this in order to be sure of cutting off those two black stones, let's see, how is this gonna, I don't really know how this fights. In this case, maybe here. I would like to have this move work, but I'm not so sure about it because it's going to be hard for black to save all those stones. So maybe black would run out immediately. I'm not sure how this is going to turn. In the game, white hasn't done anything. Ben is asking, looks like an overplay for white. It would be bad if he ends up with two weak groups. So for the time being, that group on the left there is pretty much okay. So it's not that one. If white can make a group in the center of black's area, so for instance, something like this, anything that happens on the other side, like the corner, it's not going to die all that easily. If white can live in the corner and have this group, it wouldn't really matter so much if this one stone is cut off. That's not as much a big deal. So yeah, there's a lot of complications here actually, because white does have to deal with the corner also. But it's potential that if white can live on both sides, white has reduced the whole area for black. Henry Choi, thank you very much for giving me a present. Some coffee. Okay, so white would be, in this variation, this is the game position, white would be thinking of whether to try to do something like this, which would be just trying to make a living group there, and it would just be these two stones that have to live, plus the corner group, of course. But white wouldn't be so worried about that stone at N14 anymore. Or white could sort of play to sort of loosely connect them. In this case, the stones would connect up, but they would still be the entire group would be a liability, and which white would have to be, for instance, in a shape like this, white would have to be taking care of this group in the center. Otherwise, it would have been pointless. Okay, Chris. Sounds like you're leaving us for the time being. I will make, of course, it will remain. I might even make a number of videos of parts of this since I've covered so many various games. Okay, so we're, let's see. We're caught up with the game. And I'm going to try to think of, I wanted to go back to Shinjin So's game. So let's stop that here. And just to give you the last few, let's do it from the beginning. So this is Shinjin So's game. Yes. And Shinjin So has black, and Li Qingsheng has white. Yes, this tournament is being played online. Just the traveling between countries is so difficult. um, that are not doing it face to face yet. So it is being played on the internet, and the players are generally in their associations with referees watching them. There's not much opportunity for anything fishy happening. So although we have smartphones like this, which are better than professional players, so they're stronger than me. Or programs on a computer, of course, are strong. But the players are at their associations with referees watching, and so I guess it's safe for them to be playing online. So there's Korean players, a player in Taipei, there's a Japanese player, and there's some Chinese players. So that's what we have at this stage of the tournament. And I'm sure it was a similar setup for the European and the American players. So I was talking about this variation so far. It looks fairly even. With black, I would be feeling okay because black's group is alive and white's sort of floating there. But it's probably about even shape. And so I talked about this variation in the upper right. Let's go back to that a little bit. So this is a position where black does have a choice of 4 moves, extending in one or two directions, or playing a hane in one of the 2 directions. And so when black plays a hane, it usually involves this ladder, which in this case is good for white. And if white can escape the ladder, even if white ends up sacrificing the cornerstone. So for instance, a shape like this, white would be losing the cornerstone, the stone in the corner, but would be having forcing moves from the outside, which looks like it makes this a feasible variation for white. So white would be making a sacrifice there towards the corner. Otherwise, if black plays from above, this is usually just bad for black. So like something like this and something like this. This kind of fight is usually going to be bad for black. And so since the ladder favored white, black played a relatively pacific variation here. And here is where black had the choice of playing towards the left. And I was suggesting this move, I believe. Or continuing in the center. So it sort of made sense to me when he played towards the left side of the board in this case. But he went back to the center. So they're fighting here. And this is a position where black did have a ladder-like shape. So if black played here, the fact that the ladder doesn't work makes this bad for black. So if the ladder does work, it would be good for black. And so, yes. So if white had answered that move, then that's what black would have done. And if black can enclose white there, even if white somehow manages to live, it's going to be very painful. White can probably make 2 eyes with this move. For instance, something like this. White does, in a pinch, white would have in a pinch, white would have a potential eye here. But would probably start with doing stuff like this. And it's going to be very difficult for black to continue trying to kill that. So black's not going to do that, and white's going to live, but the fact that black has surrounded white like this, it would probably make this a good variation for black. So white did not answer the ladder break. With this, it's going to be difficult for black to escape in the center. Because if black cuts here, this is just a very dangerous and painful shape for black. So getting into a clump of stones like this is just not working. The important thing to notice is that the players are ignoring the threat of black breaking through here. It's not worth it for black. And so white's not stopping black from breaking through there to a certain extent. and black's not even trying to. So for instance, it would be something like this. Black would be able to break through to a degree, but would have to go back here and would not be getting any significant profit out of this. So that's what looks like it's breaking through white's position. It's not gaining anything. It's this kind of thing that weaker players can easily make this mistake. The answer to Derek's question is I don't know. Not in any tournaments that I've played has anyone been caught cheating. But like cheating is so easy now with as I was saying, a smartphone can have an app that is stronger than me. So in that way, cheating is easy, and it's dealt with by having people give up their smartphones. So actually, people have been caught with cell phones or smartphones. Probably they just forgot to put them in the locker. So they weren't actually cheating, but they do forfeit a game if they're caught carrying the smartphone. So that's the extent of my knowledge of people cheating. There have been some cases which are publicized, I believe, and I believe both in China and Korea. And there could be similar cases in Japan. I wouldn't be surprised. It's just so easy that I'm pretty sure that someone would be tempted. So black has lost the fight in the center and is hoping to get redemption by attacking white's territory on the right. Yes, the submit button. It just depends on the way the app is set up, actually. Professional players are pretty used to playing on the net, and when you get used to it, you actually, personally, I would say I feel more at home just clicking the one time and playing my move. And submitting the move with just a single click doesn't seem to be a big issue for me. So I guess that that's something that can be changed, but most people, there are some servers with applications that do allow you to do a second click to choose your move, but it's not the popular way to do it for professionals. It's just not a part of the culture, you might say. Okay, so black is trying to scoop out the right side here. And so how is this going to work? It's a huge fight. Okay, so at this point, black is threatening a ladder. So if white plays underneath, then black can win with this ladder. So white has to answer that. And it looks like a race to capture, which is probably going to be a ko or something. So this position on the right side, it doesn't look like it's decided yet. In fact, it looks like white might has a ko at least. It's going to be a ko probably. Derek, I'm not going to answer that question. Okay. Um, well, Risto is saying it was only about a few years since cheating had started. It's because that until AlphaGo, the players were definitely stronger than the computer programs, and so there was no use in using an app. Okay, so we have this position in the right side. Um, I can try a variation. So white probably has to start with the wedge here. So like this, it looks a bit more difficult for white. So if we have something like this is going to be an eye against no eye, where white cannot feel any liberties. So this is a win for black. Okay, that's an interesting question from Derek. How do I think players of today with Katago training would fare against the Lee et al. Version of AlphaGo? Um, and I think the context has to be that it's playing on the Google supercomputer, because actually AlphaGo, it probably doesn't even function without that computer program. So it's using a huge amount, as far as I understand it, seems to be using a huge amount of calculating power, which is what made it so strong. I'd say that the modern pros with Katago training would be, or Katago, some of them are using fine art. There's various programs that are used. They would do well up to a certain point and would have trouble winning in the end. Like the computer program, even the Lee Sedol version of AlphaGo, even that, it plays very solidly and without any mistakes. No obvious mistakes. Makes it very difficult to, and humans do make mistakes, so they would gradually lose ground. I would say that the Katago trained opening would be sufficiently better than what the Lee Sedol version of AlphaGo had for the human players to take an advantage, but human players would have a hard time keeping it. No. Ben, the Lee Sedol version was on a laptop, but it was on a screen. No, but they had a link to they had an internet link to the computer in England, if I recall correctly. Yeah, it was connected to the cloud or something. I remember that the people with DeepMind, um, they had their own cables. They were not trusting the hotel's cables for the internet. They were being very they were most afraid of getting cut off. That was what they were afraid of more than anything else. Okay, people are saying various things about AlphaGo, the computing resources, and I wouldn't be surprised if most of you, well, some of you at least, will know more about that than myself. So I probably shouldn't comment too much, as I'm not sure I know completely. In fact, I'm sure I don't know completely. I'll leave that conversation to you guys. They did, yes. Bug Kitten said that Google invented a new type of processor. So we use what are called GPUs, graphics processors unit uh, units, and they invented something called a TPU, which was set up for basically was set up to do neural network type things. So it was working very well in that way. Right. Yes, I think I do remember that the later versions of AlphaGo, they actually needed less of the TPUs. Yes. F6 and H6, they do take away a lot of white's potential towards the center. They are a well-connected shape. Okay. Thank you, Go Baduk. Hmm. Okay, Atapino is asking if the AI is like a telescope that looks out into the game of Go, how much of the game is believed to be still undiscovered? Um, I think it's more than half. Um, top human players have pretty much fairly consistently, the top human players have been saying that maybe they understand only something like 5% of the game. And that's sort of a quote from a number of top players throughout history almost, um, or at least the last 100 years. And I think the computer programs we have now are significantly better than that, but there's still only a few 10 of percents. So the great majority of the game is still, I would say it's still undiscovered. Okay, Leonardo, good night. I understand it's a difficult time for some of you players. So you can watch the video later. Okay, so another problem with the right side, I should say, is that when black crawls here, white generally wants to fill a liberty like this. And they're going to be fighting a ko here on the right. But also there's the issue of this move, which with the cut here, this is setting up a little ladder here. So it didn't work yet, but that cut at 8 is a very powerful move, which would be very painful for white if black got to do this. So there's a problem there. And if white answers it on this side, then now black is going to have stuff like this that black can do. Probably use it as co-threats also. And white does have a very uncomfortable shape there in the center. So there's this painful position here in the center. In order to avoid that, white would have to play here. That would make the fight on the right here. Black would have a decisive advantage. So that's one thing. Okay, so was making that fight difficult for white. And it turns out white just sacrificed the stones. So white sacrificed these stones. I'd say the whole fight here, black has accomplished what he set out to do. He's erased the right side territory and taken some territory of his own. And in return, white got some points towards the center, but it's, as you can see, it's not really developing into a full board thing. So black has managed to sacrifice the cutting stone on a small scale and get some profit on the right side, which was what he set out to do, and it seems to have worked fairly well. So at this point, the rest of the board is the lower part of the board. The upper side, there's still some open space on the third line there. Probably it's just endgame moves. But basically, when you have all of your stones are alive, well, actually, black does have the peep here, which would set up forcing moves such as this one. So black does have some potential to play some forcing moves, forcing white to reinforce the connection there, while taking some extra territory. But since all of the neighboring stones are alive, I don't think pushing through and cutting would actually work. So if we say this is not going to work, then it's just a territory thing. That cut could be dangerous, but let's forget that one. And so at some point, black's going to switch maybe to the lower part of the board, which is, there's more stuff that could potentially happen towards the lower side of the board. So for instance, moves like this. Setting up a position on the lower part of the board would be something I would be considering. Maybe this one. Oh, he did that. Okay, great. Sometimes I get it right. Okay. James Sedgwick has given us the fine art percentage. Shinjinso is at 96%. That's pretty big. And Shinjinso is well known to he seems to be able to keep the lead. Like for even professional players, 96% is still pretty much undecided in a position like this where, let's see, how many moves are we into the game? We're only 80 moves into the game. So like there's something like 150 to 200 moves left to play. Playing against a computer program. The computer program would, if I played against a strong computer program, it would gradually catch up to me, and I would have difficulty winning even a huge advantage like this. It's just that it catches up 1 point at a time, or a fraction of a point at a time. Even if I don't make any obvious mistakes, it would actually be difficult for me to keep this lead. So, but Shinjinso is really good at that. So even with human players playing against human players, there is the potential here of this being turned around, depending how they continue the game. So it's still not over, but Shinjinso is very sort of notoriously good at finishing these games and keeping his lead. So I think I'm ready to finish for this particular game. I'm going to call it a win for Shinjinso, and we'll see if something happens later, maybe at the end of the broadcast. And I want to go back to, let's see, let's take another look at, this could be our last chance to see Sada. He's the one Japanese player, and let's change the name. And so he's the final winner for Japan at this point. So wasn't really expected that he would beat Shin Minju. Sorry about that. It wasn't expected that he would beat Miyu Ting in the first round. So he did very well. He played a good game. And here he is in this game. Let's just go back to the beginning and take a look at the moves. Okay, Risto. There was kind of an analogy with AlphaGo being a telescope, or computer programs being a telescope, and Go being a galaxy or the universe, you might say. So it was kind of an analogy where the universe is maybe partly undiscovered. Mhm. But I would say that I was referring to the imperfection of our games and also of those games um, played by programs, neural networks. They're not perfect. And to play what might be called a perfect game, I think they still have, um, they haven't even gotten very far. The whole system that was the neural network system that was made by DeepMind, and later on it was Google, of course. And the whole system was not, it wasn't made to play a perfect game. It wasn't made to solve Go. And in that way, it's not even close. So basically, that's what I was talking about. So White played a ladder break. It's not a ladder breaking move yet, but when White plays the Atari on the 6th line here, this did break the ladder. Okay, so they're in this big fight in the center of the board. I don't know, it looks tough. Okay. So in this fight, it looks like White's going to sacrifice those stones on the top to save the center group. Okay, back to the game. So bamboo joint? Okay, let's just go through. So in earlier, I was talking about how this was a ladder breaking move. White escapes the ladder. And this is the key point to where Black could have played here and had eye shape. When White plays here, this threatens to cut, and it takes away black's eyes. So that was a key point there. Ikichin is asking about Kyokagen. That could be. I'm not sure how they chose the players, but schedule is one of the things that they consider. So it is a possibility that he's not participating because he was playing a domestic title. But it could be some others. They have a ranking system where they a rating system where they choose the players by that also. And it's interesting, we have a relatively unknown player, Sada Atsushi here. But I think the fact that he's a member of the different organizations, Kansai Kin, could be a part of it. They might have one slot there for one of their players. And he's been doing well at the top levels of tournaments in Japan. So he's coming up, and he's doing well recently. So it's a reason why he might be playing instead of, for instance, Kyokagen. So yeah, the straight answer to that question is that I don't know exactly why Kyokagen is not in this tournament. But it's good to give younger players, I think, or new players an opportunity to play, because the players who have success in international tournaments is not always the same as the players who do well in domestic tournaments. There's something there, a slight difference. So for the time being, white is okay because white can connect up to the corner. So like, for instance, if black had played here and enclosed white, white would always have the connection towards the corner and would be able to escape that way. Or if black plays here, which is usually a forcing move, I don't know about this one. I think white might actually ignore it and play something like this to cut black off in the center. And in this case, maybe white would be sacrificing the corner group, but would get a squeeze out of it. So in the game, this is what happened. And white got the territory on the right side. So that's it's more than 10 points. and had this move ready to deal with the group in the center. So if black jumps out here, white's probably going to squeeze like this. And white will be using this squeeze to strengthen the group in the center. So maybe something like this. So pretty much the same idea as what happened in the game. So in this case also, white pushes through and cuts to squeeze like this. Sacrifices the 2 stones. And is fairly strong in the center now. This was a strong move. White could have connected up on the left. But this is a point where white is taking away black's space, so any eye space in the center is gone, and strengthening white's group. It's strengthening white's group because white has this cut here. So what was the bamboo joint that someone was talking about? I don't see any bamboo joint. So I don't know. So just clarify if you want to ask the question again. Okay, so the status of everything. Probably a good idea to try to establish. So white has a territory on the right side, and I'd say that's about a bit more than 10 points. White has 5 points in the corner, almost 15 points in the upper left corner. So that's on the top side. White has 2 corners to be almost 20 points, And then if we add the right side, that's about 30 points. So white has about 30 points there, and it's just surrounded the lower side. Maybe about 20 points is at least. So white's group in the center is pretty safe, just because those black stones on the left, they're not very strong. So let's just leave that for the time being. I said white has about 50 points. So let's look at black's territory on the left. Black has close to 30 points there, and more than 10 points on the top, and about 15 points in the lower right. So black has more than 50. Black has mid 50s. It's 30, 45, 50, 55 to 60 points. So the territory is about right. But my calculation of white's territory on the lower side is 20 points, maybe a bit conservative. My feeling is that this is going well for white, so that's my gut feeling. The calculation I just made doesn't really show that very well. So maybe it's a close game. Black does have a group in the center that is not settled yet, but for the time being, it's going to be okay. It's not as if it's in any immediate danger. If black tries to attack white in the center of the board, like if black dawdles a bit, white will have this. It's actually a ladder. So white can capture the black stone there if white needs to escape with this group in the center. So that's what makes this group relatively strong. So in order to start attacking white in the center, black would need a stone here. And that means white could play something on the outside here or here. Should have no trouble making 2 ice for this group. So we seem to be entering the end game. Okay. No, that's the wrong. Yeah, that's the wrong game. Let's see if I can find anything interesting happening. Everyone's still in the middle of the games. So at this point, we're a couple of hours into the game, actually. It's 20 past 2 here in Japan. So the game started about 3 hours ago. No, not quite 3 hours. Almost 3 hours ago. And so they're running out of time in some of the cases, I suppose. Why don't we just stick with this game for today? I think we're okay sticking with this game. This is the game I wanted to show everyone. It's the game, the final Japanese player. So I'm sort of egging on Sada Atsushi here, hoping he can do well in this tournament. Of course, white is Tang Weixing, so that's a world champion class player, I would say. Was it KJ that he played in one of those big tournaments recently? Yung Sang-giro? He's playing Gujiha. Looks wild. Yeah, I don't recognize the Korean pronunciation, but it must be this one. It is a wild game. Let's take a look at that one then. Okay, when white plays k6. Oh, yes. I understand now. So that was actually a good question. Let's go back to that one. When black played here, this is Herv3 who was asking this question. When white played k6, this was a point where if you are familiar with good shapes, you would expect white to play a bamboo joint like this. So this is more active. It's more active towards the right side. So for instance, if white gets to play here, the bamboo joint, of course, is working well to give white a good position on the right. The reason white filled a liberty here was for that reason, basically. It's just white is filling a liberty of those black stones on the left so that white can squeeze them later. So the focus is more on black stones on the left. And black ended up playing here anyway. So if we assume black is going to play towards the center here, in this case, if black jumps out or does something like this, maybe playing here first, that bamboo joint, the difference between the bamboo joint and having a stone here, towards the right, the difference is no longer decisive. But the difference towards the left when white does something like this, having that extra liberty open, it does make a big difference. So when white played there, it was his calculation that black was going to be playing on the right in any case. So it was setting up this move that comes into the game later, after all this fighting where white played here. The fact that white has filled one of those liberties of that black root, it's what makes the squeeze we saw in the game. It also sets up a squeeze in this case. It's just so much, in this case when white has moved towards the left like this, it's just so much more effective for white to have that liberty filled so that white can squeeze next. So that was actually a very good question. It was important to show that. So I agree with white's choice there. Okay, I think I have Byung Sung-gil's game here. It's just that I'm not so familiar with the names of these two players. I was afraid I might give you the wrong game. Let's take a quick look at that. This must be it. So Go Baduk, you should tell me if I've got the wrong game here. So black is with the Shimari there. Black is playing old style. But this is actually something that black can do sometimes. And when AlphaGo was playing as master against top professionals, they would always answer this like this and like this. But nowadays, people just, the opening theory has changed a bit so that they tend to leave it. Sometimes playing towards the side with something like this. Sometimes playing on top if there's something on the top side of the board. Black has more variety in the moves that black likes to play against white's shoulder hit. And in some cases, that's making this the knight's Shimari feasible. So basically, the problem with this move is that in some cases, the corner is going to get over-concentrated. So this is what made its AlphaGo, I mean, the master version of AlphaGo so successful. When it played against us, it was just forcing people to play a lot of moves locally, and people were getting over-concentrated towards the corner and things like that. And so the fact that people have devised a number of different ways to handle the shoulder hit could be part of why this move it's working for some people. Some people actually like to play the small Shimari still. But he did crawl. Okay. So up to this point, it looks pretty normal. Oh, good. Yeah, I thought I had the right game. So playing here in the hane, this is a very common variation here, and going straight down. So if black answers here, white will extend, and probably actually maybe this way, and we'll be able to surround black from the center. So black plays here. Black doesn't have any ko threats for this ko, and this trade is very. We see a lot of this variation. So this is where it's getting really exciting, where it would have been perfectly normal for black to crawl here. I believe white is thinking of doing stuff like this to connect up to the top side. Wow. Okay. Yes. Okay. So white's hitting some weak points in black's shape, but black does seem to be okay with this. So black is connected on the first line, which is usually not so good, but black does have 4 liberties. So if white does something like this, both of white's groups are short of liberties, and this is already a ladder, so this is not working for white locally. Okay. So black is winning this race to capture by 1 move, and white is just going to... Oh, okay. I missed that one. So white has this in the corner. White can extend his liberties. Just because the black group on the left here is not so strong. So locally, if black plays here, white has 4 liberties left. So the race on the right, black is winning by 1 move. But of course, black won't have time to do that because white can fill a liberty on this side. So black's losing that fight. So what does he do? It's going to be a ko in the corner. Okay. This is complicated. So, I guess that trade didn't make any difference. Okay, so black is connected underneath. Okay. So if white had played, let's see, there's potential for it to be a seki, although it depends on how the players continue that. So for instance, if white had played here, and just to keep things simple, if we assume this position, it would be a seki. But a seki is probably bad for white because the white group here is not alive yet. So this would be painful in any case. And white's not really strong on the other side either. So this is probably good for black. And white is going to try to capture those black stones. So this is going to be a ko. Okay. So basically, so what is black doing with this connection? So here, black can play like this, and it's a ko with black taking first. But let's see. In this case, white would probably, yes, white would use this Atari as a ko threat, and white would win the ko. So that's what black is trying to avoid here by connecting. It looks like it's a so Guji Hao is black and Byung-Sangil is white. This looks like a rather painful move though, adding a stone here. And so, oh, white played there too. So still, if black starts the ko, well, white takes first in this case anyway. So that's just bad for black. But actually, white can start the ko next. Yes. So white can start the ko next. Let's play a random move for black. White can start the ko next and use this ko threat. So this is what white is threatening to do. And so black connected there. Okay. So in some cases, it will be okay for black to sacrifice those stones on the top, but it depends on what's happening in the center. So for instance, if white were to play here, it seems to me that white will be able to win this ko. And black will probably be able to capture some stones here in return. Maybe something like this. So this kind of trade, white would have been spending a lot of stones to capture that upper right. Maybe it's okay if black can capture these stones in the center. So white does have an opportunity here to win the ko fight. But for instance, the same kind of variation would be bad for white. I mean, bad for black if black had played some move like this, which would be, in this variation, it would become wasted. So the threat of this ko, in this case, black would have more trouble trying to capture these white stones in the center. So the threat of this ko is limiting what black can do in the local fight. So if black can, oh wow, he's played away. Okay, so finally black has escaped in the center. That makes sense. I'm not so sure about this stuff that was happening in the lower left corner. Escaping in the center, it keeps a potential attack in the center. So for instance, white's threat here is to play something like this and win the ko in the corner. And for instance, maybe black's going to play here and capture these stones. So escaping with the black stones in the center and sort of setting up to capture these stones, or black could play this. This is a big ko threat too. In this case, black could play this ko threat. And having this extra ko threat, this would be the best variation for black. With this strong position in the center of the board and capturing the ko, the lower left corner, is a variation where it would be okay for black to be losing this ko. I'd say this is probably going to be a win for black. Okay, so it's a trade of this white group in the center. Probably dead. Maybe dead. These guys don't give up with these groups, though. It's probably going to try something. But if we assume the white group is dead, that's something like 40 points there. So white's territory in the upper right is close to 30 points. And white has some territory in the lower right corner. So the right half of the board, the territory is probably, if we call that a black territory in the center, the territory is probably comparable. Then white has a very solid shape in the lower left corner, which is probably worth about 20 points. And black has an area in the upper left part of the board, which is going to be pretty big. So it's okay for black if black can capture these stones on the right half of but you can see white's going to contest it. So white plays here, and white's going to try to survive here. We have to remember that white does have a forcing move here. So this is threatening to capture the black stones on the right. And so if white does that and takes this vital point here, then it will become very difficult for black to kill the white group. If black plays here, though, white does have room to sort of squeeze out there. So the idea is to play one of these 2 points, and it looks like white will have a living shape now. I'd say this is going to be alive. And even this, let's see, this is 10, 20, 30 so points. Let's say white has close to 40 points plus the lower left corner. So white has close to 60 points. More than 50 at least. If we say white lives like this, black's probably going to play something like this. White still has room to move into the upper side. I don't really see anything like this. I don't really see, it doesn't seem likely that white's going to die here. So if white can live in the center, I'd say this is a win for white. Yeah, I've been challenged, yes. That's because I logged into OGS to make an announcement there. Someone challenged me. Right. So that co-fight, it was a bit painful for black, playing all those moves, um, erasing close rest. Like this, it's almost a wasted move that black played here. And then here. While white's getting the squeeze without having to play at Q10. So white didn't actually have to squeeze that black rook all the way. So that was sort of painful. And the fact that white could sort of wait until the right timing to play this ko and still win it. It would have been okay for black if black could capture this. But it looks like it's going to be difficult for black to kill this white group. Like, the shape move is just to play here. This is the shape move. So the fact that this is alive, it makes it very difficult. So I would say that Guji Hao probably has about an hour left. Still has plenty of time. He's probably going to think about it for a while. So a stronger way to play would be to play here. White always has this forcing move. Maybe white's going to do something like this. In this case, white would have a choice of living inside. That's alive. Or breaking out, which is also, it's going to be good for white. Probably better to make two eyes, though. So this would not be a success for black. It was an exciting game, but on the whole, I think it's just difficult for black. So how did this happen? Okay, Longing Cat is asking about the time settings. It was 2.5 hours each, I believe. But it's I sort of worry about this server, which has set the time at 3 hours each. And I think that's just the server time so that they could be sure that the time wouldn't run out, because this is it's a mirror of the game. It's a relay. And so this isn't the players playing the game itself. It's probably an operator inputting the moves. And in the after they get to the last 5 minutes, they will have Byoyum. They will have, I think it's 1 minute periods in this particular tournament. So I would say it looks good for white. All white has to do is to survive here, and it should be good for white. Yes, it just looks like it's difficult. Let's see if I can find a better game. Let's go back to Sada's game. Oh yeah, of course, it's the most popular. Okay. I had this name up already. I don't know. So yes, this is Sada's game. And it's only moved forward a few moves. So black played here. This was a direct threat to pull out this stone. This would cut white off. And so white did have to do something about it. If white had played something like this, black would still have this kind of threat. So it would still be a problem. It would cut the white group off anyway. So white just answered directly. Black extended. So with this exchange, for the time being, white doesn't have two eyes. Although, there could be an issue when white pushes through here if black covers and white plays here. You can see white does get a cut there with Sente. So there is that possibility that white will be able to do that. Yeah. Some extra potential. So some potential to capture black in the center of the board. So black's trying to set up something here. And white does not have two eyes yet. But it looks like white should be able to handle this route. It doesn't look so dangerous. Right. Okay. I think people were still asking some questions about the previous game. Black did not have any aji in the lower left corner. Oh, Risto is asking about the Gokyo Shumyo. There's a number of classical life and death or Tsumego selections, and they're sort of related. Like there were some ancient Chinese selections, which you might say they were sort of refined by Japanese players to make them fit the Japanese idea, the modern definition of life of Tsumego. So Tsumego is there's certain conventions about Tsumego. For instance, it's not considered a good Tsumego problem if there's more than one valid first move and stuff like that. And so ideally you should have the best moves for both players being limited to just one variation. Although the losing side is allowed to have variations. Usually it has to be fairly strictly. There's various levels of refinement of Tsumego problems in that way. And the ancient Chinese collections did not necessarily follow the same set of rules. So there are some very high-level collections of Chinese problems, such as Kanzufu, as we call it in Japanese, or it's Guanzupu, or something like that in Chinese, as well as I can pronounce it, which does not follow those rules. It's just a collection of positions that the author found to be interesting, and he's demonstrating moves that are, in some cases, they're not even necessarily the best local move, but just showing basically they're more Tesuji and endgame than they are life and death, although there's a lot of good life and death problems in that also. And so there's a number of Tsumego classical collections which are basically using the same basic materials but changing them into a more modern, and like even in hundreds of years ago there was the ancient and the modern ideas about this. So they were changing them into a more modern idea of what a Tsumego collection should be. So you find problems like Gokyo Shumyo, which is relatively basic and easy to understand, when you compare it to the more complicated Hatsuyoron or Kanzufu even, which is more difficult to understand. Basically, with Kanzufu, you don't even know whether it's a life and death problem or a Tesuji problem, or just something that the person thought was neat and he wanted to show it to you. You don't know that when you see the problem. So that what making it more realistically like a real game, it makes it more difficult to find the best moves also. So there's Hatsuyoron, which is extremely complicated. People have been known, professional players have been thinking about some of these problems for tens of hours. And making a professional player do that is probably part of the point of having these problem sets anyway. It's a way of a kind of a exercise we do. And so they're sort of related. There's a lot of related problems in all of these problem sets, and professional players know them to the extent that we usually recognize a problem that was in one of these classical sets. So like doing all of the Kanzufu and the Hatsuyoron and Gengen Gokyo, that's another one. That's the Japanese pronunciation. There's a Chinese pronunciation for that collection also, which I'm not so sure I know how to pronounce, so I'm not going to say it. And so doing these collections is something that people do on the way to becoming a professional. I made a point of going through all of those at least once before taking the final test, before going into the final tournament. That's one of the things I did to prepare. But I think that Antti Terminen is actually, he's talking about Gokyo Shumyo in particular, because I think he's putting out a book fairly soon about it. So that's something, or someone he knows is putting out a book. I'm not 100% that I know exactly what's going on there, but there's something about a book that's coming out in English, I believe. So you can look forward to that. Glaxobane. Go book recommendation. Let's see. There are some books that I put out. The ABCs of what was it? It's so long ago I forget the names. You should look for some of my books. Then I'd be happy. But you can probably only find them in used books because most of them are out of print. I put some books out, a couple of books out in Slate and Shell, which is it's not very active anymore. Definitely a good book for life and death is Chochikun's Life and Death Dictionary. So that's something you can actually find. Someone copied it onto OGS. So if you look into the puzzles collection, they do have Chochikun's Life and Death Dictionary. Or was it an encyclopedia? Something like that. It's very good because it goes into all of the variations of the basic shapes. Yes. And there's the pattern of the Sanensei. It's still around. And the person who made the cover of that book, I think she was just not a Go player, maybe. But the Sanensei is one line off, so it's a it's a different opening there. Okay, so the issue here is that white has to find a way to live in the center of the board. There is actually something happening in the upper right with white playing here. And okay, so let's say white plays here first. And white can play here. White can play here and here. So that's a dead shape in the center. But if white cuts here, this is actually going to capture the two black stones because black has to save the group on the right. So that would be perfect. Actually, yeah, white would probably connect here once. This would be a complete success for white. No, nothing happening there for black. So black actually has to play some move like, I wonder where black would play. So if black plays here and white lives, then we have to figure out what's going to happen on the right side here. And actually, white's probably okay with this strategy here. So even if we say white plays here, black has only 3 liberties left, and it looks like white is going to win by 1 move. So like in this case, black would have trouble filling white's liberties. So black is going to end up playing an extra move there before filling white's liberty. So white's going to win by 1 move. So it seems to me that white can win the race to capture with 13, or if black plays something else, white can cut black off here. And actually white can play once there to start with, which might be even better. So in any case, even if black gets this forcing move, again, white actually has more than 1 way to win. So white could do it this way also. And white's going to win this one also. So provided white can win on the right side here, that's the problem here. White has to be able to win on the right side. Provided white can win on the right side here, white actually does have that eye there. So even though black is cut here, white can live. So just this sequence here means that black has to play something like this, and white is alive in the center of the board. So that's how that is working for white. White has that option to make 2 eyes with a move at 3. So all of this stuff is just, it's not directly relevant. It's just that white is trying to get some profit before actually doing that. What I mean is that if black had been all set on killing the white group, black did have ways to cut it off. So for instance, if black had played here, then black would be able to cut the white group off with something like this. Actually, this would be bad for white because the dame fills. So black can actually cut the white group off, but white would eventually be able to use this move to live in the center. So that's how the whole fight here was working for white. And black didn't, of course this whole sequence would be bad for black because black is giving white, potentially giving white some profit on the left side here. So that's why he didn't do that. Okay, it looks, I would say it looks difficult for black. Yeah, it wasn't even the Chinese opening. But you know, people make mistakes. I was a bit upset at the time. It doesn't bother me now. Well, it looks like black has invested a lot in this attack in the center and solidified white's territory on the bottom there, and is not really getting enough back. So I'd say it's a difficult game for black. But of course, the contents of the book is all about the San essay. So take a look at the territory maybe. Black's, okay, yeah, that's a big point there on the right side. I wonder if Black's should play it. Black has more than 10 points in the lower right. More than 10 points on the top side. I'd say those two territories add up to about 25 points. Maybe about 30 points on the left side. Something like that. So 55 points for Black. Yeah, the territory is pretty close. But with the big komi, I think it's going to be difficult for Black to pay the komi. It's going to be an endgame. We were talking about the Sanrensei, I forget the full title. It was something about the Sanrensei, my Sanrensei book. That was put out by Slate and Shell. So if we assume the game is going to go on to an end game, there's a lot of areas of the board that are pretty much finished. So this whole area in the center, White probably still needs to okay, White played in the lower right. So that's a big move. White does seem to have a slight advantage in territory. Okay, so this was a big move that it would have been Sente from White also. So I was thinking actually White might have done that. Actually, White could play here. And if Black answers, maybe he was afraid Black would play on this side though. If Black answers here, then this becomes a forcing move. So this is a big move from White also. Maybe it works better after White has played this. So that would explain the order of moves. And if Black plays somewhere else, White can play here. And this is actually threatening to play here and save the stones. So it would be a forcing move for White. It's forcing for Black also. So this is an important endgame move. And as far as endgame moves are concerned, I'd say this is a big move. This is a big move. And everything else is starting to get fairly small. Like there's moves in this area, they might be forcing for black, but it's not going to change the status quo very much. So white has something close to 25 points on the lower side already. And so black plays here. So this is cutting off white's group in the center, and white will have to do something about that. So if white plays something like this, white still cannot escape. So there's two problems with trying to escape. One being that white has a shortage of liberties here, and so it's not working that side. And there's also the fact that black can at any point capture this stone and escape in that direction. So it's just too easy for black. So white doesn't have anything locally, and we'll have to white will eventually have to make an eye here. So this is the move. It's just the order of moves that white chooses. Maybe white will start with this and something like this. Or white can start with this and it would still be able to live. So this would be alive, one way or the other. Thank you, Derek. So white will live in the center, and then the game will return to the end game. Actually, this position here is probably better for white to not play the cut here and leave the dame open. So white could get this exchange, and this would help white slightly towards the lower side, provided white doesn't play this exchange. White doesn't want to fill that liberty. So after that, white could play here, or could play here to make a living shape. Or maybe white should do that just immediately. Yeah. Maybe it's better not to play that exchange. I'd say Sada is still hanging in there, although it is a difficult game for him at this point. I would rather to play with white at this point in the game. But I'm not sure that it's a decisive advantage. Hmm. Yes, 018 is a big move because, okay, I think he was trying to decide whether or not to push through here. So this is a move that white sort of wants to try. I'm not sure. It sort of depends on various things. So I'm actually not sure that it's working. So what happens if black plays here is the question. And so white would not be able to answer that. Because the whole group would be in danger. So white's not able to answer it, but maybe it's okay for white to play something like this and get some points back on this side. So black's not really gaining anything. I think that's the plan when white pushes through here. And white wanted to get that exchange before playing here so that white can follow up later with a cut here. And sometimes white gets to reduce black's territory on it. So maybe something, something like this might happen, where white gets to reduce black's territory a little bit. So he was looking at this sequence, and I think he just wanted to get this, trying to decide whether it was more advantageous to play this pushing move first. And that was probably what was taking so much time for his move there. Oh, great, Gabriel, thank you. I got a present from Gabriel. So now white is alive in the center, due to the fact that white does have the cut here. So because of that cut, black cannot go after white's group in the center. So back to the endgame. Yes. So someone was asking about, W. Zhang is asking why this is better than a move like this. So this is a huge move that is double sente. It's a sente whether you play it with white or black. But if white simply plays here, black will probably invade or attach here. So there's this weakness on the lower side, which was probably more important. And also the fact that if white starts with this move, white would hope to play this exchange first and then cover here. This would probably be good for white to be able to do that. But again, white's probably afraid that black's going to do something like this, curl around. And white doesn't have time to make any use of the stones in the corners. It's not going to work. Black dominates the outside already. And so white would end up backing off and maybe not gaining enough on the other side. So something like this, white's losing more points. So that's why covering a 2 or 018 was a really big move. So we're caught up. Yes, this is a forcing move. And white has to live in the center now. So they're finished with the fighting. They're into an endgame. And it's just the endgame now. It's interesting how people pause, strong players pause at this point, where it's obvious that white can live in the center, and it's obvious that white needs to add a stone to that group. He's still has to think about whether he wants to play any more forcing moves before he does so. So when you see time wasting posing like this when the next move to live seems obvious. So like white could play here or here or here. Wherever white plays, it's very easy for white to make a living shape. But he does have to think about whether he wants to play some forcing moves first. So for instance, white could play this forcing exchange. Is it profitable or not? White could play a forcing exchange here, with white gaining anything with that exchange. And it's things that are worthwhile for white to be thinking about. He might end up deciding not to play any of these moves because there's gives and takes. There's bad things happening. For instance, if white plays this way, black gets to capture these white stones on the left. So that stone at 4 is maybe more valuable than the white stone at 3. But it's something that he's thinking about. He's deciding whether to play any forcing moves or not. Okay, someone is asking about the endgame. The center, the right part of the center, you can see white groups poking out into it from the bottom and from the right side, and black's groups in the center and in the lower right corner. So it's going to be very difficult for anyone to make any territory in the center. It's conceivable that black would, for instance, play moves like this to reduce white, or a move like this maybe. So this is just about as far as I would expect black can get into the white territory. Unless black tries something a bit more exciting like this. Stuff like this is it's a shape move. So it's a kind of a tesuji, but probably not going to work in this board position. So for instance, it's probably going to die. So maybe a bit too deep. So while moves like this could conceivably be played, it's not as if there's a huge amount of territory involved here. And it's more important to take senten. And this is clearly a big endgame move. This is something that I would be hurrying to play. And white would probably even answer it. Moves like this are also really big. So for white, moves like this are big because they set up the clamp. So if white clamps here and black goes down and white cuts, this is not looking good for black, because if black cuts here, that's a double Atari that is finishing the game. So white can actually cut at 12 and capture the 2 black stones. So this clamping at 10 is a big follow-up move to the 4 and 6 move. So that's a big endgame move. So while black, it's probably worthwhile to play this exchange and reinforce black's group in the center. But after that, definitely moves like this or moves like this are biggest. And black will only play moves like this as a sente move on the way. Unless black tries to find something a bit more desperately exciting. This looks like it could black. This is has more potential than the other move I was showing. Oh, are professionals generally equally good at the end game? That's a question from David Bird. Yes, to a certain degree. For instance, there are some players who are better. So, for instance, Shinjin So, he tends to gain a little bit in the end game, even towards the end. So, um, there are degrees of being good that are more subtle than the difference between professionals and amateur players, which is there's a huge difference there, usually. Um, but otherwise, I would say that there is a difference, but it's more difficult for people to um, recognize, to understand. And so, and it's also it's not so much local positions or finding the best local move, but calculating the entire board. For instance, in a position like this, or actually, this is pretty far into the end game already. So let's see how many moves have we. It's still something like 100. It's 142 moves so far. So we're still in the middle of the game. Probably about 100 moves left. It's still a bit early for players to be actually reading it out. Although there are some historical games where the players claimed to have figured it out after something like over 100 moves or something like that. So there are some games where the player actually claimed that he had figured it out. In that game, it was probably about 200 moves before the end of the game, um, which is conceivable, but it's not likely. It's definitely not going to happen in a game with a time control such as this game has. But the grasp of the overall position, and in a position like this, the choice of whether you can continue playing normal moves, as you might say, or you have to play slightly aggressively and try for an extra in a game like this, which apparently is fairly close. Those plays, Dose plays, is telling us that his Katago thinks there's a half point win for white, which means that black can turn it around with just 1 point. So maybe black is going to be playing the normal end game and hoping for white to make a mistake. But no, I don't think Chochkun actually claimed that. He rather has a very good. The top players are very good at judging the score. They're not actually reading out the whole sequence, but their positional judgment is good enough that they can choose whether to play normally or submissively or solidly or actively and try just for a little bit extra. And so this game is probably an example of a position where I'm willing to accept the computer analysis that apparently says that white is slightly ahead. My feeling is that white has a slight lead, but it's probably close enough that black could play a normal endgame, and a very subtle mistake would can still turn the game around. Whereas if you find that the game is a bit further away, and you're losing by a larger margin than you thought, then you can play something a bit more drastic. And at this point, it's so calm, actually, that it would be hard to find that kind of a challenge for white. Okay, so the next move, I would expect it to be in the lower left corner or the upper left corner. So one of these two. Yeah, this is probably straight up the biggest move, but this one is a big move too. Just because it does leave the clamp. And so if black thought that he had to do something more than that, then he would be thinking about moves like this, for instance. So this is actually a tesuji. It's a good shape move that seems to have some potential to work. So if white captures the 1 stone, This is going to be good for... Well, it's going to work in any case. So it's going to work to a certain degree. If we assume this is forcing. It's not forcing maybe, but it's still not easy for black. Yeah. So this one it's not so easy, but ideally it can work to a degree. Maybe black has to play the Atari here. Or if white plays here though, in this case maybe it's not going to work so well. And white's probably going to win that one. Yeah, so it's just difficult for black to make this work. So he played a normal endgame. Yes, so we have I have two ideas here. So first of all, playing here would be the normal way to answer that, and black would get to this side. So if white plays here, white does have a nice follow-up move there. Black also has this move, which is a bit annoying. So in this case, white can't pull back really. This looks troublesome. And so there's another ko that could happen here. Or a ko that could happen here. So you can see how that complicates things. So it might be wise for white to be answering that. So this would avoid that kind of a problem. Let's get back to the game. Okay, let's see. How many of the other games have finished? I don't think any of them have finished yet. Let's see. Why don't we just browse through some of the other games very quickly? So this is Shinjin So, and he's playing Li Qingcheng. And white's got this huge territory on the lower side, but black has a lot of the rest of the board. I wonder how this is turning out. Yeah, I have the feeling that black's winning, and it makes sense because last time we looked at this game, black was ahead, and it's Shinjin So. So I sort of expect it to be a win for him. Okay, this is KJ's game. So KJ has white, and they're in a fight on the lower part of the board. White's not in trouble locally. So what's happening here? Black has a lot of territory. Black has a lot of territory. That's all I can say about this game. Black has a lot of territory. It's not looking so good for white. Black's territory is all over the place. So I would say this looks good for for black, which is Kim Myung-hoon. That's why he's smiling so much on this. So, this is Gu Jihao. You can see he did live in the center here. So this is a game we touched before. Okay, so black played here. Looks like he lived in the center. And now he's invading the upper left. I don't really see black killing this group. I very much doubt it. So this is... White has a lot of territory. Something around 60 points. And black has to kill the whole white group in the upper left there to even come close to that. So it's a pretty desperate game for... Okay, so let's see. This is Gu Jihao against Byung Sung-gil. So Byung has white, and I sort of doubt that black has much of a chance here. But they're still playing. Park Yoon-hwa, or is that Junhwa? I always have trouble with that J. Playing against Lee Wei-ching. And I haven't followed this game very much. So, yeah, that's not the main point of my commentary. Just a quick look. They still have a lot to play. And a lot of undecided positions. That upper side looks like it could be something happening there. My snap judgment would be it's good for black. But I don't know. We'll look at those players, the one that goes on to the rest of the tournament. Here's Shin Min-jun's game against Ding Hao. Oh, yeah. So let's see. I'd say it's looking good for black here, actually. But maybe it's a close game. So there are, a lot of the games have a good ways to go here. Finally, Yang Dingqing against Kim Ji-sok. So white can live on the lower side. White has to play one more move to have a full life there. Or is that so? Let's see. Oh, it's alive already. Not 100% alive. Okay. But white might leave it. It's going to be a ko. It's undecided. So this game, we did look at the opening. But they still have a ways to go here. So back to Sara's game. I think I just want to focus on this one game for the rest of the live stream. So white did play away this point on the left, and black took the one stone. White plays the clamp. So white does have a bit of a weak position here on the lower side. So I was showing this move. Maybe a bit awkward. Maybe better for black to play here. So if white answers that, it's going to be a ko. And here, white can sometimes white can escape in this direction. Actually, black can capture most of it. But yeah, even if white can escape in this direction, there's going to be trouble on this side. assuming black has enough co-threats. And also, when black captures at 5, that's going to set up this move. So this clamp that white has just played, it sort of depends on the fact that white could play a double Atari there. So going back to that position, the fact that white had this double Atari. And so if black starts on this side, and white ends up playing on Atari here, that's going to destroy the potential gain that white gained there. In fact, black would probably continue on this side. So this is a point where this relatively close game could sort of erupt into a co-fight here. Oh, hello, Rick. I have not played against Sada. So yes, it's the fact that he's in an organization that's based in Osaka, which is West Japan. And so there's a bit of difference there, and I would have to do better in the tournaments to be playing against him, because basically the two different organizations cooperate to play these domestic tournaments in Japan, but they partly because of the cost of traveling back and forth, we start playing against each other at the final stages of the tournaments. So I wouldn't be playing him in the first elimination rounds. I would have to be getting into the final stages of the tournament, and I haven't done that recently. So that's why I'm not playing him. Because Sada actually he's been in the final stages of some of the tournaments. And he's getting up there. He's in good form. So this situation on the left side, where black cannot play here because of the double Atari, and doesn't want to play here just because that's giving away the whole side. It does make black want to do something with the center position here. So black really wants to. I think his thinking should be focused on this idea, with the ko starting here in the lower left. It's a dangerous ko for white. Black does have some co-threats. So yes. It's hard to say how this is going to turn out. Is R15 a move for white at some point? R15 is a move. So yeah, that's something that it's probably not very relevant to the board position. So what I mean is that it is a move. And it does gain a little bit, but not really a lot. So it's not a big deal. And first, oh, sorry. First of all, if black wants to, he can play this as a forcing endgame at any point. So that's it's usually played by black. And also there's the fact that even in that case, um, white can always play the forcing move from this side. So white does have some endgame here with this forcing move. Sometimes it's just better to play this forcing move, which does get the endgame there on the lower side. So this is maybe actually a better endgame move, which will forestall black from black playing this move was also big. It's not going to be forcing at this time of the game. So this endgame on the lower side is sometimes more important to be played. Just because this squeezes, it squeezes the black group. So yeah, in fact, black would have to choose between one of these two moves. I think the lower right is sort of borderline. It might not be forcing. So answering that question, does white have valid co-threats in the lower right, is something I wasn't really ready to do because it requires a good estimate of the entire board score, you might say. So when white plays here, and we have this kind of a trade, I would have to assess the whole board position to really know. So maybe something like this. So one answer to that would be I don't know, or I could say, yeah, it's just black seems to have a lot of co-threats. So maybe black's gonna answer it rather than go this way. It is worth something like 20 points in the corner. So it's sort of borderline. It's a difficult question. Like f17 would have been f17. F17? Doesn't make sense to me. If white were to play on the bottom, for instance, at some point, white could have played here, and that would have solved all of white's local problems, and then black would play here. So that would maybe be a bit too submissive. Like if white had enough territory, it would be okay, but I don't think so. So they're going to fight the ko. I would assume they're going to fight the ko. It's taking a bit of time for black to make the decision. But I think black does have to try playing the ko here. Okay, in the variation where black starts the ko. Let's try that one. I still don't see how f17 would be... and f17 still doesn't seem to be a very useful move. Okay. Dose Plays is giving us some information from his katago, I believe. So it looks like it's this variation. And then the ko. Yes, I think the black will have to play this ko at some point. So yeah, I would just go straight at it. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he's thinking about right now. Oh, he played this one. So this is the other way to try to attack white, and it's not as strongly attacking. So in this case, black did gain a little territory on the side, but has no way to deal with this on the left. So black still cannot play this one. And so let's just borrow that variation. It's going to be something like this. And maybe black won't finish that way. So maybe black will just leave it now and capture. No, it doesn't look like it's going to work. Maybe something like this. So they're into the final stages of the endgame, almost. They avoided that final ko. Okay. I thought he would answer on the lower side. Okay, so black can peep here now. And this looks big. D10. Running with D10. Escaping with that stone is probably not so big. I don't know. It could have some potential. In the lower left versus the left middle trade-off. I think it was maybe about even. Um, Probably close to even, actually. It's hard to count these weird trades sometimes. I think I would have definitely gone with this. I think white had a slight lead with this variation, actually. So this would have been the easy way to play the endgame. And the way he played it is the more complicated way. It's giving more room to fill up. So like this kind of endgame. Once they've finished here, they are going to be fairly close to the end of the game. Okay. Haha. Right. Well, these in-game trades, they're surprisingly a small difference. They're quite often like they look like they're what we call sometimes kiai in Japanese, or fighting spirit, and both sides are locally losing a lot of territory, so it's sort of scary. But they do surprisingly end up being very close. So very small difference. Oh, the knight's move. Okay, folks, I think I need a bit of a break. I'll be back in about a quarter of an hour. So to finish off the end game for you, I'll leave this game showing. And um, while you're waiting, just sign up to my channel for more videos. Um, I'll put up a link, and I'll be right back. So stay there and wait for me. And thank you. So I'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, that should do it. Okay, I'm back. Okay, what white was trying to do here it was, so if black escapes, let's do that one. So if black escapes, I would probably start with this move. And if black takes this one, white can squeeze like this. So that's what I would do. So maybe black will play here, and something like this happens. And white can play an Atari here, and capture the 3 black stones. So that this is capturing the 3 black stones here. So this is what white is trying to accomplish here. And so black answered on the other side. So this is going to sacrifice those 2 stones and save the rest of the group. So yeah, maybe play an Atari first. White can capture the two stones, but it's just those 2 stones. Might be worthwhile for black to be playing something like this. Okay, so it didn't turn out that way. Someone was suggesting pulling out with that white stone, wasn't? I wonder who it was. I remember someone in the chat was suggesting this move. So white escapes here. Black does have to be a bit careful because this group here is cut off. So black will have to make some eyes for it. Hmm. And for the time being, black has to make sure this group that black has in the center is not going to die. So for instance, to demonstrate that, if black plays something like this, and let's see, so white plays here, then let's see, the whole black group there is going to die. So black has to be careful of that. And so for instance, could play something like this, and then black would be alive. So maybe something like this. Yes. So the 3 black stones, they're probably okay. So there's a bit of a koaji here. some potential there. So if black plays this variation, and white tries to, first of all, this Atari saves the 3 stones in this case. And if white plays here, this is actually going to be a ko. But it's a ko that's sort of dangerous for white too, because if black wins the ko, then everything dies. So that's a huge profit for black also. I'm not sure that white would want to do this kind of thing. So it might be a bit too dangerous for white. Okay. So black played the Atari and answered on this, is going to answer on this side. Once he's played this, it means he's going to play here. So how does that save the black group? Let's see, I don't completely understand this. So this is the board position. And so if black connects here, I wonder what would happen with this variation. So this looks just bad for black. But if he cannot connect there, then he's in trouble. So I have trouble understanding this final Atari that black has played. So like, in this case, it would still be a potential ko there with, if black plays on this side, black's alive in the center, and white can play here. This is a case where it was better for black not to play that move at b12, b11. Because white can get a ko here without as much loss as before. It's still a ko though. So white could do this one. And it's slightly better for black probably not to have played that move. So I was expecting black to play here to live in the center. And then black could play this when needed. It's still forcing, still big enough. But playing this, it doesn't change the fact that maybe white's not going to play that ko after all. So what I mean is that when black plays here, if white plays this one, this is still a ko that ends up with white's group being an Atari. So when black finishes the ko, that's a clump of 5 white stones that's an Atari, and white has lost territory locally. So maybe white's not going to play that ko anyway. In which case, playing the Atari on the second line didn't make much difference. So it was okay. This was still okay for black. But I don't understand this move. So he continued with the Atari here. And so I still don't understand how this move at D13 is functioning. It looks like it's a collapse for black, actually. I was sort of rooting for Sada Atsushi, but once he's played this Atari at D13, it looks pretty hopeless. Rather suddenly, actually, because if he plays here, white plays here, and squeezes like this. So it might have been some kind of a misconception, because he doesn't have anything on this side either. And at this point, white would just play on the outside and capture. The problem with black's Atari here is that it's filling one of black's liberties. So if black plays on this side, this is no longer a ko. It's just dead. So that's how filling that liberty was bad for black. And that was just an oversight, a hallucination, or whatever you want to call it. It was misreading. I think he might have just simply made some elementary mistake, like thinking that the target 5 would save his group or something like that. Just some completely, like there's no explanation for these mistakes that people make. It's like it's not really logical. It's just that's what the meaning of the oversight is, I suppose. So after playing that move, I'd say it's just a question of time before he resigns. So yeah, that's a bit disappointing. I think he could have continued to play if he had just simply played this one and captured, made a living shape. It does seem to be difficult for Japan, for black that is, but it's still a fairly close game. Once he's played this, there's no way to save the center and this position on the left at the same time. He's filled his own liberty and created a hopeless shape. So I think we're coming to an end here. He might be thinking of resigning, actually. Let's see if I can... The other server seems to be a bit quicker. Oh, still playing. Okay, black can do that. And so this is kind of an interesting shape where I think the better way to squeeze is to play here. Although white can also squeeze like this. This is also a way that white can squeeze. And black still has the same problem, is that he has to play here and he also has to play on this side. But the tesuji is to play here, and if black takes, to squeeze like this. So this is the tesuji. And if black takes on this side, white can push from this side. And black's in a lot of trouble. Now black has one more group that can be captured. So this is even worse. Alright, so he did that one, yes. Yes, if G15 had been Sente, then it would have made a difference. So if black could have played this move at some time, the fact is it's never Sente, but yeah. If black could have played that, then he would have had this way to connect up. So no problem in this case. But unfortunately, it's never Sente. Okay, so after white played there, my app is a bit, yeah. Yes, at this point, it's getting hopeless. In my 15-minute break, I was taking a quick look at some of the other games. It seems that Korea is doing very well in this tournament. So most of the games seem to be pretty decisively winning for Korea, the Korean player. So I think there's about 6 games that are Korea versus China out of the 8 games in this best 16. So if we just look at the computer analysis of those games at this point, I think that maybe China's going to be lucky to get 1 win out of all of the games. So most 1 or 2 wins for China. This looks like it's going to be a win for China. So this one. Okay, so with this move, black has saved the left side, and white is playing this sequence in the center. This is just some extra security for the white stones in the area. So by making sure of this squeeze here, white is strengthening all of the white stones on the lower part of the board, just by having that squeeze already started. And when white does it, if black plays it out, then it's going to end up in gote. So this is something that black cannot afford to do. Black doesn't have time to do this. And the fact that white is squeezing black here, it gives some extra security to all of white's stones on the lower half of the board. So black can't afford to spin that move. Black will have to play on this side to live here. And white can capture these. So in this case, white's going to capture these stones. And so that's it for today. With this move, Sada Atsushi resigned, and I'm going to end my commentaries at this point. I did touch some other games, but this is the main game that I wanted to do, and it's getting a bit late. I'm sure everyone has to go to sleep now. So I'm going to finish the live commentary, and see you next time. So next time the Chunlan Cup comes along, I haven't checked the schedule, but I'll do my best to be there to do the commentary. So thanks for everyone for hanging in to the end. Late into the night for some people. And I hope to see you next. And like the video if you liked it. So it does make a difference. So thank you. And subscribe to my channel. Okay, thanks. Goodbye.